Testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello, folks. I'd like to call this meeting to order, and I'd like to start with a land acknowledgement.
The lands we know today as the Township of Centre Wellington have been home to Indigenous people since time memorial. We acknowledge that we are on the treaty lands and traditional territories of the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee. With increasing encroachment by non-Indigenous settlers in the Township of Centre Wellington, the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee could not continue their traditional lifestyle and settled into the villages along the Credit River and in the Grand River Valley. These Indigenous nations hold up their treaty rights within our jurisdiction. Today, the Township of Centre Wellington remains home to Indigenous peoples from all across Turtle Island. We're grateful to have the opportunity to share and to respect Mother Earth and are committed to building constructive and cooperative relationships with Indigenous nations.
Thank you, Councillor Evoy. Addendums or corrections to the agenda? Have none. Oh, yes, go ahead. Councillor Adams.
Sorry, through you, Mayor. I was just wondering when we begin in the consideration of reports, if we can move up the short-term council report to be the first report following our delegations.
If no councillor has an issue with that, we can do that. Yeah. We'll just move that ahead. Just remind me when we come to that time.
Thank you.
Disclosure of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Seeing none. Okay, now at this time, we're going to move into closed session that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington convene in closed session in accordance with Section 2392B of Municipal Act 2001 as amended to consider personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal employees. So do we have a mover for that? Councillor Evoy, seconder of that. Councillor Wilton, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So move. So we're going to be in closed session for the next half an hour to an hour, to the next hour. Okay. We will be back. Welcome back, folks. We've just come out of closed session. There's nothing to report coming out of closed session. Now we will swing into public meeting, and I'll read the purpose of this meeting. Purpose of the public meeting is to present and receive public input regarding a proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment broadly affecting lands in the township. The purpose of the proposed official plan amendment is to change section C5 housing policies to include a new section C5.8 additional residential units. The effect of the official plan amendment is to include policies regarding additional residential units, or ARUs, on land where residential units are permitted. The purpose of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is to allow additional residential units, ARUs, both attached and detached on lands where residential uses are permitted, and provide associated regulations, and further to permit M1 service and industrial uses to be added to the list of permitted uses in M2 general industrial. The effects of the amendment is to implement zoning regulations necessary to facilitate additional residential units and to add permitted uses in the M2 industrial zone. If a person or a public body would otherwise have the ability to appeal to the decision of the County of Wellington to the Ontario Land Tribunal, OLT, but the persons or a public body does not make oral submissions at the public meeting or make written submissions to the Township of Centre Wellington before the official plan amendment is adopted, the persons or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision. If a person or public body does not make oral submissions at the public meeting or make written submissions to the Township of Centre Wellington before the proposed official plan amendment is adopted, the persons or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of the appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal, OLT, unless there's an opinion of the tribunal there are reasonable grounds to add the person or public body at a party. If a person or public body would otherwise have the ability to appeal the decision of the Township of Centre Wellington to the Ontario Land Tribunal, OLT, but the persons or public body does not make oral submissions at the public meeting or make written submissions to the Township of Centre Wellington before the bylaw is passed, the persons or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision. If a person or public body does not make oral submissions at the public meeting or make written submissions to the Township of Centre Wellington before the bylaw is passed, the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of the appeal before the OLT, unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. If you wish to be notified of the decisions of the Township of Centre Wellington in respect of the zoning, proposed zoning bylaw amendment, you must make written request to the clerk of the Township of Centre Wellington, 1 McDonald Square, Elora, Ontario, NOB 1SO. If the official plan amendment is adopted, it will be forwarded to the County of Wellington for approval. If you wish to be notified of the decision of the Corporation of Township of Wellington, County of Wellington, in respect to the proposed official plan amendment, you must make written request to the Director, Planning and Development Department, County of Wellington, 74 Woolwich Street, Guelph, Ontario, N1H 3T9. Okay, please advise how notice was given.
Through you, notice was provided to prescribed persons, agencies, and public bodies on or before March 20th, 2025. A copy was also placed in the Wellington Advertiser on the same date. I can therefore confirm that the requirement for giving notice was completed on March the 20th, 2025.
Thank you for that. At this time, I'd like to call on Brett Salmon, the Manager Director of Planning and Development, to present the application. Welcome, Brett.
Have some slides to go through. Hopefully explain what all this is about. Slide, I wish I'd made the text a little bigger, but that was 18-point font. Thought it would be more than big enough. Anyways, so just to give a little rundown for the additional residential units and the proposed official plan amendment and the zoning bylaw regulations specifically relate to those. So I just wanted to give you a little idea of the history. Going back to 2011, the Planning Act was changed to implement policies that required us to allow second units everywhere. So the language that was used then was municipalities were required to update their planning documents to allow 2 residential units in a detached house, semi-detached house, or a row house, or the use of a residential unit in an ancillary building. So that's a second unit in a backyard. And if you did those official plan amendment and zoning bylaw updates, they weren't subject to any appeals. And then we move forward to 2019, the Planning Act was changed again. And here you can see the language became additional residential units. This is what we're carrying through this amendment, which basically provides for up to 3 units on a lot by allowing 2 units in a dwelling plus 1 more in an ancillary building on the same property. These provisions were implemented in the County OP by County OPA 112 and in the Township zoning bylaw in bylaw 2274. And then move again to 2022. Planning Act was amended again to specify that municipalities are to allow a total of 3 dwelling units on what they call a parcel of urban residential land, which means land in the urban center where we have sewer and water services. And so that is what we are talking about today. And the form that that could take would be 2 units in a detached house, semi or row house, and 1 in an ancillary building, or alternatively 3 units in the detached house, semi-detached or row house, and none in the ancillary building. I have some slides later on that'll show you what those things look like. The Planning Act also includes other language about other things that we're not allowed to regulate. So we're not allowed to require more than 1 parking space for each unit. We're not allowed to specify a minimum floor area for a unit. And those changes have been incorporated in the county OP by OPA 123, which was part of their overall OP review. So that amendment required the approval of the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and it has not yet been approved. So what we're proposing in our official plan amendment 17 and the zoning amendment that we're here to talk about today are to implement this part. And OPA 123 having not been approved yet by the minister, we will likely not bring forward the OPA and the bylaw until OPA 123 is approved by the minister. They also, at the same time, have enacted regulations at the province through Ontario Regulation 299-19, and those were updated late last year to add some other provisions that were also not allowed to regulate. So when we draft the bylaw, we have to keep in mind these things that the province says we can't regulate. Each additional residential unit can only be required to have 1 additional parking space. A parking space can be a tandem parking space, so which means the cars are lined up. So you could have cars lined up in the driveway would meet the requirement for tandem parking. Be a little bit awkward for the tenants, but we're not allowed to regulate otherwise. An additional residential unit can be occupied by any person, whether or not they're related to the people that own the property, and whether or not the person who occupies the primary unit or any of the additional units, they don't have to be the owner. So in theory, you could have a property that has 3 residential units and the owner doesn't have to live there. All 3 of the units could be rental units. An additional residential unit is required to be permitted regardless of the date of construction of the primary unit. We can't specify a setback from another building or structure on the same parcel that is any greater than 4 meters. And we can't specify a lot coverage that is less than 45%. And we can't require a minimum lot area that's greater than the minimum lot area that would apply if there were no additional residential units. So these are all things that we had to factor when we wrote the regulations that are before you in the bylaw today. So these are the things that are in our current bylaw that we're proposing to change. We specify a minimum lot area of 325 square meters. And as you've just seen, we can't specify a minimum lot area that's greater than the lot that was already there. So we're proposing to delete that. We're proposing to delete the minimum lot frontage requirement that we have in place today. And we are currently specifying a relationship between the floor area and putting a cap of 100 square meters. That is no longer in the provincial rules, so we're deleting that. So the Planning Act requires us to allow up to 3 units, and there's no requirement that says that those additional units have to be secondary to the one that was originally there. So we're deleting those. We currently set a maximum of 2 bedrooms for, right now we call them accessory apartments. So they're no longer accessory, so we no longer think that it's necessary to restrict the number of bedrooms. In terms of the setback from lot lines, right now we require an ancillary building to be 0.6 meters from any interior side or rear lot line. What we're proposing to add to that, because you could theoretically have an accessory unit above a garage, for example, or an additional unit, that if the building height exceeds 4.6 meters, then that side yard has to increase to 1.2 meters, which is 4 feet. The maximum lot coverage of all the buildings we require for the ancillary buildings to be 10%. And then we're adding that you're allowed to have 45% coverage for all the buildings. And as you saw, that's what the provincial regulation 299-19 requires. The maximum height, we're proposing to increase that from 4.6 meters for an ancillary building to 6.1 meters, which is about 20 feet. So going from about 15 feet to about 20 feet to allow an ARU above an existing garage, for example. So we're authorizing that, proposing to authorize that additional building height to accommodate an extra unit. Some regulation changes that we're proposing in order to permit ARUs regarding parking. Currently, we say that a minimum parking space has to be at least 6 meters from the street line, because right now our bylaw presumes that that space is in the garage and not in the driveway. But because we need to permit tandem parking, that minimum 6 meter setback won't work, so we're deleting that. The parking space size of 3 meters wide by 6 meters long, we're proposing to delete because it conflicts with the parking dimensions that are elsewhere in the bylaw, which are a little bit smaller. And just some housekeeping changes we need to undertake because our bylaw currently calls them accessory apartments. We're changing the name to additional residential units. So wherever our bylaw currently calls things accessory apartments, we'll be calling them additional residential units. And then just to touch on the M2 zoning, which we've kind of rolled into this public meeting as well. It doesn't require the official plan amendment. It's a standalone zoning amendment. You may recall that recently we brought to council changes to our business park zoning, and there was some discussion at council about whether to allow medical clinics or not. And so council asked us to review the regulations or the permitted uses that were in the M2 zone. So what we're proposing with this amendment is to add uses that are permitted by the M1 zone that the M2 zone doesn't already permit, and add them to the uses that are permitted in the M2 zone. So you can see the list of uses there: amusement arcade, business or professional office, that would allow the medical clinic that we spoke about. Commercial greenhouse, commercial school or studio, communication and broadcasting establishment, garden center, light industry, monument sales, office supply, photo finishing, recreational vehicle sales, service use, and a veterinary clinic would become all the uses that are not allowed in the M2 zone now that we're proposing to allow. So that's a pretty straightforward change. And then just staff prepared some diagrams of what ARUs could look like. So for example, on the left, that's an example where you've taken an existing dwelling, you've put an apartment on the second level, and then added one in the basement. So that on the left, that's an example where you have 3 units in one building. On the right would be the same, but you added an addition to the dwelling in order to accommodate that, that third unit. This is an example where you have an apartment, say, in the basement of the existing dwelling, and then you add a second unit in a detached building. And the example on the right is where you don't add any additional units to the principal dwelling, which is in blue, and you've added a unit in the backyard in an ARU. This is an example of what a floor plan might look like, our site plan, where you have an ARU. So in this example, the ARU is that building in white in the backyard. You can see there would be ideally a walkway to get back to it. In this case, we're saying just one unit in the main dwelling, so they need 2 parking spaces. That's accommodated in the driveway. And we've also illustrated here the setback changes. So this example represents where you would have an apartment above a garage. So we've shown the additional setback of 1.2 meters instead of 0.6, and where we are allowing the extra height of 6.1 meters to have that apartment above the garage. And then the lot coverage in total not exceeding 45%. So that is everything I had in my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Brett. We'll start. Do we have any delegations?
Non-registered.
Non-register. And then I'm going to look to the audience. Would there anyone be out there ready to speak to this application? Okay, seeing none. Going to offer an opportunity now for council to ask questions of staff. Councillor Wilton.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Waters, and through you. Thank you, Brett, for the presentation and for bringing this forward. It's good we're getting in line with the provincial policy on this, so it's great. Just my question is, and I think I know the answer, but I just want to make sure it's clear. So these ARUs, so we'll have a principal residence plus 2 ARUs potentially on any property in the community, which is good for housing. Is there anything to restrict turning those ARUs into short-term rentals? And would that short-term rental bylaw that we're going to be discussing later today need to cover that? Or is there anything in the policy that would cover that? Thank you.
I think our bylaw changes that we're proposing to make, we don't have a definition of short-term rental that was to go in the zoning bylaw. So we haven't factored into this bylaw. It would, so we couldn't prohibit something that we haven't defined. I think it would be contrary to the province's intent. The short-term rental bylaw, because I was on the advisory committee, I am familiar with it. It is essentially allowing a short-term rental in any dwelling unit and subject to the rules in the bylaw and getting a license. So I don't think in the bylaw, the way it's drafted, it would preclude an accessory unit from being used as a short-term rental.
Any other? Yes, Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. In question about the extending the allowable height. I understand if that's above a garage, but if that's just an ARU, like in the back of your property, that full height would be allowed as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Any other? Yes, Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. My question was in regards to your housekeeping comment. Are we just changing the wording of the accessory apartments to ARU and leaving in the accessory apartments in there? Like in the zoning bylaw?
No, accessory apartments, like any reference to accessory apartments is going to be replaced to additional residential units. So there's no longer a requirement to have accessory apartments as a separate thing. So those will be removed. Any reference to those will be completely replaced by the additional residential unit regulations.
Okay, thank you. Does that also pertain to the garden suites, like 4.15, where it's like a description of the garden suites? Because it seems very similar to the ARUs in our zoning.
Garden suites are, in the current zoning bylaw, are meant to go specifically with very specific language in the Planning Act where a garden suite is intended to be temporary and intended to be used as a residence for a family member for a temporary period of time. So those regulations that are in our bylaw are used only in those circumstances, and they come forward as a temporary use bylaw. So like essentially because the province has brought out these accessory additional residential unit regulations, we're not seeing anyone ask for the garden suites any longer, because why would you put something there temporary that could be permanent? So we're not really using those anymore.
Councillor Evoy.
Through you, sir. Thank you. To speak to Councillor Adams' point, just for clarity. So if somebody lives in a small bungalow on their property, they can in essence build a three-story, like a three-story structure behind their house to accommodate or two-story, to accommodate that opportunity for the height. So they could be the small one, and there could actually be like this tall building with several units or 2 units in it.
The way we've drafted it, yes, that would be correct. Someone could have a 2-story, 6.1 meter tall accessory building. It could still only have 1 unit in it, though. Like you couldn't have 2 units in that building. You could only have 1, because the way the rules are arranged, you can only have 1 unit in an ancillary building.
Councillor Jefferson.
So just to clarify, thank you, Mayor Waters, off of Councillor Evoy's comment, but if you're looking at just 1 rental unit in there, then the bottom part could also be a garage. Like you could build on top of the garage. So it still could be a 2-story unit there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And is there anything, like if you have the proper zoning of a commercial residential area or commercial residential zoning in where you are building, would there be anything stopping you from putting in a commercial rental unit in, say, the garage level of that?
Our zoning bylaw regulations for home occupations don't allow a home occupation in an ancillary building. So, no.
Any further questions or comments from council? Okay, I'd like to thank everyone for attending and advise the council will be considering the bylaw at a future council meeting. I declare this meeting closed.
It's actually later on in this meeting.
Okay. Later on in this meeting. So there we go. So we're going to move down to item 9, introduction of artists. Is Grace Perry here? I don't see Grace. Maybe I'll just, anyone from Laura Arts Council. I'll just comment that Grace's images are up on the walls there, and Laura Arts Council always do a very good job in terms of highlighting artisans in our community, and we always love to. We've used this room to share those visual images for years and years now. So very proud of that. So if you get a chance, I have an opportunity to take that, and we look forward to seeing Grace at some other time. Okay, so I'm going to move down to Mayor's County Council report. I have a few things to report from County Council, and we'll speak to that. This is just more of a reminder. I know Council knows this, and this is coming from solid waste. July 1st, 2025, we're doing the transition into full producer responsibility in terms of recyclings. And so what that means is that there won't be pickup of industrial, commercial, institutional, will not be picked up in a traditional way, but the county council has come back and they will be having a program that way to pick up the recycling. The other part of that is county council staff has been out in the community going to the 14 communities within the County of Wellington to talk to individual merchants and shop owners about what all that means, because it's going to be a big transition in our community. And I think there was close to 492 businesses that they were getting very close to visiting all. The other part of this coming out of planning, and we are aware of it here at the local level, was the 126 urban boundary expansion. That has come back to County Planning Committee, and County Planning Committee moved that along, so it's going to County Council as a whole, and if passed at the end of the month, then that's going to go on off to the province. So that program has been moving on, and again, thank local county staff and everyone involved with that, because that's been a big process. Now I'll go down to Councillors' committee updates. Any information from Council? Councillor Evoy.
To you, sir. Thanks so much. The DEI committee has been really busy, and I'm going to try and share some of the things that we're currently talking about, because it's super relative to our table here. With regards to Indigenous-themed sports logos and township facilities, the Ontario Human Rights Commission has reached a settlement with the City of Mississauga and is now reaching out to other municipalities across the province to consider a mandate, or their mandate, to identify, prevent, and eliminate discrimination and to promote human rights with the province using a range of powers under the Human Rights Code. This speaks to the harmful impact of Indigenous-themed sports logos in city facilities. Some of the things that they're looking at asking, and that our committee is considering bringing to council, includes removing from sports facilities all Indigenous-themed mascot symbols, names, and imagery to non-Indigenous sports organizations. 2, to develop a policy on the use of Indigenous images and themes at its sports facilities in collaboration with different and local Indigenous groups. And 3, to supplement a diversity and inclusion training with expanded material available. So some of the things that the committee is looking at, points that they're making, are that everything that we do needs to be completely transparent. They want us to understand and to share with the public that here in Centre Wellington, what's happening is big, and it's bigger in a lot of bigger than in a lot of other places. The goal is to educate the public as to why this is a human rights issue, to educate what the potential policy is, and to discuss the impact on Indigenous youth, and to explain the implication for our teams, with a primary focus on the youth. They also will bring a phase 2 later, which will be to explain and deal with or address the roots of lacrosse and the Indigenous culture. They're looking at educational materials, including movies, posting on Connect CW, playing through the screens at the Jefferson Elora Community Theatre, among other ideas. So again, they're looking at phase 3 to be from this council to create Centre Wellington's new policy that will speak to banners being raised with stipulations and to explain the Riverhawk story. Nobody wants to see that story go untold, and nobody wants to see it become a thing of the past. They also are looking at a National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, hoping to have a movie playing at the Fergus Grand Theatre, which is, of course, Tuesday, September 30th, 2025. In summary, the EDI or the DEI committee is looking at working closely with council to create a policy around this.
Thank you, Councillor Evoy. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. I think maybe a quick correction. I do believe that this was in relation to all the previous major and minor sports with the Mohawks in the word. Riverhawks is a rebranded minor sport
to share the
with no
story,
Indigenous.
Yeah, it was to share that
symbol.
story, I think was the goal. But yes, it's absolutely around Indigenous symboling.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Anyone else would speak to their committee works? Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Just for the Elora BIA, they actually have a meeting on April 15th at 6:30 p.m. If anybody from the membership wants to participate, there's going to be a presentation from our CAO here, the downtown parking overview and recommendations that are going to be coming to council. There'll be a presentation by Jeff Stewart for Food Day Canada and the Elora Longus Barbecue, presentation by Wellington County regarding the garbage and waste management, and as well as a presentation by Green Lanes for parking and related initiatives. And that's 6:30 tomorrow night.
Thank you for that. Anyone else would like to speak to? Yes, Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Just a quick summary, because the Healthy Communities Advisory Committee, most of the items on the last agenda are coming forward to council today. So lots of good things happening there with the theatre, culture plan, and one other one. Oh, the user group, outdoor storage. So that'll be good. And then just a reminder, hopefully the public will be listening, that the Parks and Recreation strategy is up. The engagement results are on Connect CW, and the active transportation master plan, the interactive map. People can go and look at it and make sure nothing's been missed, or they could see other parts could be improved in that. So those are two really important studies that are happening through this advisory committee, and I think it's just great for the public to get engaged as much as possible. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilton. Any other comments or yes, Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. I'd like to do an update for our Economic Prosperity Committee. Unfortunately, we did have our parking presentation and I had to declare pecuniary conflict. So Dan did the presentation to the committee, and he also had notes were taken by staff. So they're going to be actually included in Dan's report when it comes back to council. There was also some comments that for clarification with our short-term rentals, which is coming up today. So at two of our last meetings, there was a lot of conversation that took place around the short-term rental bylaw. And they were requesting that there's a bit more clarification of what fell out of the conversations at the meeting. So there was an update done back in March, and then there was another update done the last meeting, but just to be a little bit more specific about some of the things that were brought up in regards to the short-term rental, the committee itself had very abundant comments, and a lot of them kind of revolved around the septic inspection and the requirement that the bylaw is asking for. There was discussion about the appeal committee and how it is set up as a hearing, and also with the demerit points, and they feel that the demerit point system is a good thing to proceed with. But that there is an appeal, and that the appeals are based off of verified offenses. It's not just a neighbor complaint. It's actually through the right channels where you're filing your complaints, and that it can come up with the appeals board. And that the principal residence, there was a lot of discussion if it should be owner occupied or not, and if there should be a cap on the number that we allow in Centre Wellington. And there was also discussion and concerns over rural STRs versus the urban STRs. and how, if it's owner occupied, then does the 100-meter rules come into play? And then also if it's a seasonal rental. So cottages was brought up as well. And then cottages was going to be determined to fall under the STR licensing. We also had a lot of questions in regards to how to handle, because we're not going to be licensing glamping, eco lodges, retreats, things like that, tents. How is that going to be handled then? Is that going to be handled under zoning? Is that going to be handled and put into the STR? So that's something to think about as well. There was a lot of comments that insurance would cover a lot of the inspections. So if the inspections were, they have to have a fire inspection, building inspection. Is it too much detail for that? So maybe if we just have the insurance and the township named on there for a certificate of insurance to be supplied, does that cut out some of the red tape as well? I think that might be about it for the STR comments. We did have an update for George with economic development. There's a large need for commercial space and large need for startups in the area that are looking for commercial space. If you're looking for tariff information, you can find it at the county website, and that there was a large marketing at the National Post. They did a marketing article with the National Post that you likely saw on Facebook. It was to deal with the Jefferson Elora and how they love Center Wellington and that we're really a good place to come to for jobs. And we're going to be looking into putting the business parks on realtor.ca. So I think that's about it for an update from Economic Prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other comments or questions or updates in terms of your committee work? Okay. We'll move out of this and now we'll move into delegations. So at this time, I'd like to invite Melinda Croft, resident regarding 12.7 short-term rental licensing draft bylaw. And welcome, Melinda, and you have 5 minutes, okay?
5 minutes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Waters, Council. I was prepared for 10, not that I don't think I need it. So I will read and try to be very quickly. Just speaking today with many hats. I am a local business owner. I am an STR operator, although a little different because I have the glamping. I sit on the Economic Prosperity and Growth Committee Advisory Committee. I'm also a farm agritourism operator and a resident that lives and works in the community. So I am speaking on a lot of different fronts here. It did come to the committee twice. The first time we did have, as Councillor Jefferson mentioned, we did have a lot of questions, a lot of conversation around it. When it came back, there was actually only one change, which was in regards to the septic that actually made it more complicated. So we were quite surprised to see that. However, overall, it still could push through to you guys, to council for conversation. So I do just want to speak on some points that kind of come across a variety of areas. Firstly, I would like to state that I'm actually in favor of the STR bylaw, just not the one that is currently on the table. I'm in favor because I do want to make sure that the community stays as a community with neighbors and families, and that we need to provide the township with some authority and insurances that allows us to protect our residents from certain STR situations that negatively affect their lives. But in large, there are lots of properties that are not causing issues. So how do we solve the few that are? And then so that we don't create the ones that are doing well to close? And how do we mitigate the ones that are causing a problem? I also acknowledge that we do need a bylaw to be able to charge a municipal accommodation tax for the tourists that are visiting Center Wellington, which I am also in favor. So in large, a favor of a bylaw. I do feel the bylaw being proposed is extreme transition from where we are today. A few of the STRs, for a few that are a problem. I think we can all agree that the STRs are filling a much needed accommodation gap that we have in Center Wellington. The bylaw will require hiring new staff to review all the inspections guidelines and monitoring the STRs instead of leveraging that revenue to go towards parking, garbage pickup, washrooms, infrastructure, and other important needs that we have in our town. And they are fulfilling a huge gap that we as a township have created and at their own expense. I fear the bylaw is going to cause a lot of revenue, a lot of loss of revenue around in our community. Many STRs may not be able to afford the new inspection process and the outcomes of the upgrades that may be required to meet current standards, and ultimately be forced to close and lose that source of income that they rely on to live in this community. They've put funds into creating the spaces, and now we want them to incur more cost to do the updates that we are proposing. The local businesses will also see a loss in revenue generated from the STR guests, as we know that many people spend more in the communities when they stay longer. Local township is promoting growth in tourism, yet we will have less STRs for our visitors to stay in and could possibly cause irrevocable damage to our tourism industry and our local business and community. And the question would be, could we not have a simpler registration process, one that's not harmful to the STRs that run their businesses responsibly and respectively in our community? Could it be more simplified that addresses the main issues we're having and set some standards for moving forward? A way for us to register, collect fees and taxes, and set some standards for our township. And this is just me throwing it out there because I can only speak on my behalf, but you know, running all the business hats that I do put on, could we not have a bylaw that would state requirements provided to get a license, as simple as you register your STR, you pay your administration fees, that allows us to track STRs and their locations, provide proof of insurance with the $2 million liability, state that they own and operate an STR, include how many overnight guests they have are allowed and are covered. This would help to avoid some of the party houses, which we know are causing some of the concerns in our neighborhood. They would sign and acknowledge to abide by the township noise bylaws, also would deter some of the problems we are having, that they live locally and able to respond within 30 minutes should any issues arise, and provide their contact information. Limit the number of houses in a town within an area that are used solely for STR purposes, which would help maintain community, and also any housing long-term rental issues. Charge a MAT tax, which would help fund the necessary infrastructure needs. Can I have a time check? Is that possible? Okay, thank you. Something else like this would provide less upfront management and less ongoing needs and remove continuous pressure on township staff. Registration fees would be more useful going towards the infrastructure needs than having to hire staff to constantly monitor STR owners, many of them who are very responsible. I do think we need a little bit more details in the fine structure that's laid out, because we simply state from $250 to $50,000. That's quite a range. I think there should be some clarity around that. The proposed requirements inspections are quite steep and excessive. There's a lot of control by the township as to what owners can do with the property with this proposed bylaws. The inspections requirements listed as they currently are would come with hefty costs to owners, potentially closing them, especially for areas that are not relevant or do not affect the health and safety of guests. The bylaw seems to give preference and exceptions to the historic area, not to all STRs, no matter the location or the time frame. Again, in regards to the septic, just a little known fact, because if you don't have one, part of the requirements would be for us to empty our septic, have it sized, and make sure that it meets current code standards. And I can speak on behalf of these sort of bylaws. I put in a staircase, opened a permit 1 year, put in that staircase, didn't have it closed by the time code went up, and it was so minuscule, but I had to redo that staircase. And it's just, you know, some comments from our committee were literally, and I can share them, were stuff like, it's like telling me I can't have a fourth child. Or if you're having issues with concerns that it will seep into our septic, then let us do a monthly or bi-weekly or something water testing, because it is free to the owners to make sure if there are health and safety concerns. But at the end of the day, most likely you're having your toilets back up, and that is an owner's problem, not a township problem, in my opinion. Looking at I do have experience in the advertising and marketing. Again, requiring a license in all the advertising I do feel is excessive, not to mention the fact that staff will be needed to monitor that, which is also another thing added, which really just, it's like watching people. I mean, if we have a license, let us just have the license. One of the other issues, I won't read them all, but section 5.1.9 is a lot about having to draw a floor plan, telling you which rooms exactly in our house that are being used for everything, what's on our property. I mean, these were, to me, seems very excessive. It also feels a bit invasive of privacy. I know that it seems to be in other laws, but if you're asking me to list out what every room in my house is, it just feels like a privacy concern to me. There were a lot of things covered in this that I don't feel would be needed, like where all the structures on the property, what every room is, decks, parking spaces on the property. I mean, if you're in a rural property, you probably have the parking. If you're in the historical property, we're saying you don't need parking. So it's kind of contradictory and not quite consistent across the board. You know, at some point, I do feel we should let the owners be responsible for their properties. They are responsible for their property and their guests, but we want to be able to give townships some guidelines to set those standards for issues that do arise. And lastly, in some sections here, you know, our towns have a lot of STRs. So this is the person of me living in the community here with a business, with friends, with family. My largest concern is that it means that a lot of these STRs are going to be, they provide a lot of much needed income for those owners. If we take that away from them, it does feel like we're letting them go from a secure job. We're literally in control of telling them what they can do with their home on their property, and removing their STR opportunity, one that the township has created and they have fulfilled, is now making it near impossible for many to continue. Removing a source of income that can mean everything to them, removing places for guests to stay. You know, are we prepared to answer to that and be held responsible for the consequences may have? What is the solution to the new problem if we don't have STRs? Allure currently doesn't have enough supply for the demand, let alone the growing number of visitors to stay in the area overnight and increasing tourism. I believe that the existing bylaw, given my experience with bylaws, that will be causing a lot of STRs to close, which means that we'll be responsible for taking away income from our neighbors, our businesses, friends, family, and our community, as well as the income overnight guests would spend at the shops and the restaurants. And I, for one, do not want to be responsible for that. We are a community of small business owners, entrepreneurs, artists, and tourism operators. We want to keep them approachable for them to continue what they do well and not penalize them for the few that have to be dealt with. I've heard many times that this bylaw has worked in other towns, but we are not other towns. And we do not need to copy and paste other bylaws for our town. This is a serious issue today at the council table for you guys, and I know because we've had it at the advisory committee as well. I just think that the situation that we're currently in, where people are losing their jobs, they're struggling to pay their mortgage, put food on the table, businesses are struggling to keep their doors open, and we want to remove that income that's making them from their STR or spend more to meet set requirements. You know, the world with an unknown state right now and the economy the way it is, we'd be taking away security from our own community. I strongly urge council to either put the bylaw on hold to implement next year and make it right, or make it easier for the registration process. Start off small to get some standards in place, charge the fees, charge the taxes, and then change it if it's needed, instead of the reverse of making it too excessive and having to adjust when it's maybe too late. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Melinda. Okay, is Rob Voisin here? Nope. Next, Mark Riley. Is Mark Riley here? Yes. Welcome, Mark.
Mayor, thank you for having me. Yeah, so I'm a bit nervous. I'll do my best here. And the last speaker covered off some of my points, so I'll try to avoid those. So we run an Airbnb in Allura, and you know, we're constantly talking to other STRs, and you know, we're trying to address the situation at hand. I'm in favor of the bylaws, to make it clear, and I'll just kind of go through this point by point. I think there's a misunderstanding of STRs within the community. Many people don't understand how much work STRs involve. It's constant, hands-on, and demanding. I feel the township needs to do a better job of detailing the benefits of tourism and STRs. STRs should go back into community programming. So if money is being generated, we have no problem with it going back into community programs. but I feel like there's a divide between the community where people that don't understand the tourism business and how much it could benefit the township. And I think if we could structure something where if you're a parent out there and your kids are paying lower fees for sports or the arts because of tourism, that could be super beneficial. Bylaws should not be targeted and not blanketed. Use strict rules for STRs that cause, use strict rules for STRs that cause problems. Don't punish everyone based on a few bad examples. STRs set house rules. Our house rules say quiet time starts at 10. We are serious about this. For an STR to fail on this over and over again is unfathomable. Those that do should be subject to penalties. Over the years, we've had 500 STR visitors and not one issue with noise, fire, or any other issues. Why choose STRs? We chose this path because it felt safe and accessible. These proposed bylaws now make it unstable and unwelcoming. Need for income. STR is essential for us. It helps us afford our home and contribute to the community. Historical context of bylaws. These types of bylaws usually arise in cities where hotels are threatened by STRs. That's not the case in Elora. STRs keep Elora alive and well in good times and bad. Not once has this been recognized, and frankly, it's insulting. Responsible housing. We've invested heavily and contributed meaningfully. We've always competed with other STRs, not hotels. Municipal bylaws appear biased. It feels like STR owners are funding a system that's quietly working to reduce the presence in favor of a hotel development. Emerging hotels and unfair competition. New hotels are being built and most likely subsidized. These proposed bylaws could push out small independent STRs by making it unaffordable due to licensing and inspection fees. Loss of local character. I'm from Calgary, and I'm telling you, when we used to go to the mountains with my dad, who was like a mountain hippie, Banff was super cool. This was in the 80s. And what Banff is now is owned by a corporation in Arizona. And I feel like we're kind of potentially on that trajectory. And I just want to say, like, when I go to Banff right now, it's lost its soul. And I think what attracted me to Elora was that. I love Elora for the people. I love the art presence. I love the sport culture. And I think we need to figure out how to connect all of that through tourism. We support growth, but with balance. We support events, festivals, and investment, but we're at a tipping point. Change is happening too fast and without enough respect for locals. We agree that some rules are needed. We support fair regulation, but the current proposal is extreme. Fees and inspections are too expensive and give too much power to the township over private homes. And that's it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much for that presentation. So now we're going to bring this back up after we go through consideration of reports. We're going to move item 12.7 up to the front of our considered reports. Hold on a second here. Okay, so I'll read the recommendation as it relates to consent agenda items. I'll just go through this for the public. I see we have new public here as well. Consent agenda items are considered routine in nature and voted on collectively. However, any member of council may request one or more items be removed from the consent agenda for separate action. So I'm going to read the recommendation that the Council Township of Centre Wellington approve consent agenda items 11.1 through 11.6. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, a seconder on that. Councillor Evoy, any comments or questions as it relates to any of the consent? Yes, Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. I was just wondering, before we kind of move on to the other reports, if Adam, you may be able to just give a bit of a highlight to the Development Charge Reserve Fund, just kind of mention some of the highlights there. I think it's some important stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Councillor Adams, and through you, Mayor Waters. on balance, we've started the year in terms of our DC balance of just shy of $29.8 million. Strong collections through the year and interest on that development charge balance. We did have some dollars going back in to capital and operating to fund capital projects and servicing some of our debt financing as it pertains to some of the growth-related infrastructure we've put in place in the past. We've also had some DC credits paid out throughout the course of the year. So on balance, we closed the year with about $33 million, $33.3 million in kind of our development charge reserve funds. But we did have some commitments committed to capital projects that just haven't started as of yet, to the tune of about $4.5 million, closing us out about $1 million shy of where we opened the year from a DC balance perspective. So I would suggest we've done quite well in terms of collections and balancing that against some of the outflows from a development charge standpoint. And I think we're still well positioned as a municipality in terms of funding future growth requirements.
Any other comments or questions as it relates to the reports for consideration? Okay, we have a mover and a seconder. All those in favor? So moved. Okay, now we're going to move down to consideration of reports, and we've been council had asked if we moved up item 12.7, short-term rental licensing draft bylaw, up to the top of this section. So we're going to start with Adam. I know you got your vocal cords in good shape, and I'm going to ask you to speak to this item.
With your permission, Mayor Waters, I'd actually defer to Carrie, your clerk, to give us a bit of a synopsis and lead in as pertains to the STR report and kind of field any questions the council may have, and I'm happy to chime in along the way as well.
Sure. Thanks, Adam. I will need your backup, I'm sure. Why should we license short-term rentals? Licensing ensures the accommodations are safe from a fire and building point of view. They establish responsibilities for all owners and users. It's a tool to protect the character, value, and quality of community neighborhoods. It holds owners directly accountable and responsible for the operation of their business, and it provides tools for enforcement to address concerns or problems. The report before you outlines the lengthy and extensive journey we have taken to get to this point, which is the consideration of the draft bylaw. The bylaw includes key components such as exemptions for existing STRs and cottages on GRCA lands, the introduction of the demerit point system, the required inspections, the code of conducts, etc. This bylaw before you is similar in nature to many bylaws from other municipalities, trying to find the balance between the benefits of short-term rentals while mitigating potential negative effects related to their operation and to encourage operators to be accountable. The question, to regulate or not to regulate? Option 1 before you is to defer a decision to another day. Option 2 is to regulate. Staff would also suggest that a report back to council in 6 to 8 months would be appropriate in order to let them know how the licensing process is growing, how it is going. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Carrie. Okay, opportunity for council to speak to this question. You've heard delegations. Obviously, you've all been a part of the process for quite a long time now. So it's your opportunity to ask questions or provide comments. Councillor Wilton.
What is that? Okay, third time's a charm. Were we fighting over? Okay. All right, thank you. Yeah, I'm just my main concern, I guess, and I think we need to bring the whole thing back up a level, is that I think we're missing the piece about protecting long-term housing. So even in the why do we license, why do we regulate, why are we even talking about this, is currently Center Wellington, according to CMHC anyway, has a 1.9% rental vacancy rate, which is extremely low. And I know from firsthand having kids in their 20s how hard it is to find rental accommodation in this community, and we're losing people to other communities. And also it is in our strategic plan that we provide housing, or want to provide housing for everybody who works here, can afford to live here. So I think we've kind of missed that point because we're not putting that as a priority. So by putting that as a priority, we would actually be, and recognizing what the delegations have just said, we would actually be intentionally limiting the number of STRs in the community one way or another. To me, the easiest way to do that would be to have all future STRs be owner occupied, because that takes care of the housing issue and the nuisance kind of party houses at the same time. And there's other nuances around what we just discussed around the additional residential units, is how many, if you can have a principal property as an STR, do you also get to have the ARU on your property as an STR and the second ARU on your property as an STR? And before long, we're snowballing into not providing that long-term housing, which is actually the point of the ARU policy at the provincial level. So I'll hold my comments there, but I would just add that the survey we did through the consultant's report did identify that over 70% of respondents in that survey were concerned with the loss of long-term housing due to STRs. So I think we have to remember what the community actually said as well. So my question, I guess, is why we've kind of gotten away from that protecting long-term housing as part of the STR policy. Thank you.
Through you, I think we tried to find a balance between supporting the tourism industry and protecting the housing. The 100-meter setback was put in place in order to ensure that if we recognized existing, because they've obviously been here, and the fact we don't know where they are means they're doing something right. But by putting that 100-meter in there, the ones that exist, then there would be no more within the 100 meters of the other one. They would not meet the requirements in the bylaw. So could we reduce the exemptions and limit the ones that we recognize? Sure. But again, we don't want to kill the industry. We want to let those that are feeding the tourism industry, and not only tourism. I think we've talked before about others use these Airbnbs as well. But we need to support both, and we need to look after both. And that's what we think we've done here. But if you don't feel the 100 meters, it needs to be reduced, or that it's not enough, then the principal residence is really the only other restriction we can apply to strengthen the regulation, but it will likely wipe out most of your existing STRs.
Follow up?
So a couple points. So the 100-meter setback only applies outside the historic core areas. So I have concerns about the historic areas in general. Is that, to me, it looks like we're trying to apply zoning without actually applying zoning. So I'm concerned about that process, because I don't think it's been a very public process. And it's also saying that our downtown heritage core areas are not residential, because in the bylaw it says we're protecting residential by using the 100-meter setback in residential areas. But when I look at those historic zones, they don't match the heritage overlay, and they include streets like Matheson and Sophia and that. So I'm just thinking those are residential streets. So I'm concerned that we've drawn this line, and outside the historic core area line is different rules than inside. So I do have concerns with that. And I had another point, but I'm lost it now. But yeah, I think along those lines, so I think, well, your owner occupied, the other option is to have a cap. So Collingwood does have a cap, and I would say Collingwood is quite similar to us in terms of their kind of tension between tourism and residential needs. So I think there are other options. So thank you.
Through you, capping is an option some have used. The waiting list then is long, and then your yeah, it's possible. The consultant indicated in his report that we had approximately 155 short-term rentals in the area. Staff think it's a little higher, so a cap we would recommend or feel comfortable with about 175-ish. it creates a bit of a frenzy, a licensing frenzy, in that it's first past the post to get licensed. And that's something that we wanted to avoid. We wanted to allow people with existing STRs to come forward in a timely manner, rather than a quick, let's get into the 175, let's be the first, and create that frenzy. What else did I want to, yeah, I guess that's.
Sure.
Just to follow up on the comment that doing owner occupied would put existing STRs out of business, you could have that as an exemption. So you could grandfather in existing STRs that are not owner occupied. So there could be a workaround that. But I'm just saying any new STRs, that could be a
there could be a workaround. And I just remembered that I wanted to speak to the heritage, or the what we call the historical core area. It does take in the heritage area, but it does, I think we've talked about before, taking in a little bit of the fringe of the residential area in order to capture some of those STRs that would be on the fringe. And it's recognizing the limitations within that area with respect to parking and other things that the residential area could necessarily provide, where the core area could not, due to the built up area, and that they can't provide the extra parking. But it was meant to take a little bit of the residential fringe, and it was based on the heritage, but it took in a little more of the fringe.
Okay, Councillor Evoy.
Through you, sir. Like our delegates, I think we need to have bylaws, and I also agree that in some places we are way too over the top, and in other places we haven't met some things. So for me, I also want to make a comment to the delegation that said they were insulted that we didn't recognize the value. The whole reason we're doing this is because we absolutely do recognize the value, and that's why we're here. So please know that we do appreciate the work that you're all doing. I'd like hear more about how glamping is not the same thing, because the issues that concern me that I'm going to share with you don't really affect glamping issues with regards to being out in the field and parking and noise and those kinds of things. So I do think that they should be separate. I'm very concerned about a couple of things. First of all, the parking issue has not been rightly addressed. To say that you have 2 parking spots for whatever we end up with, that assumes for the person that's sleeping. But we know that a lot of these houses are being used by the weekend. And so we're saying you can't sleep there, but that doesn't mean that you can't have 14 cars parking on the street taking up space. I'm very concerned with our lack of clarity around parking. I'm also super concerned about what happens on a Friday night at 11 o'clock at night. I can tell you that anyone at this table would be really disappointed to have a party house beside us with nothing that we can do. And I don't want to leave our residents without any kind of options. So we're saying you get demerits, but between Friday at 5 and Monday at 9, there's really nobody except our OPP. I agree that these comments and concerns are not the norm, but they do exist and we have to address them. And I think for us to create a bylaw is the absolute time that we should be doing this. So who's taking control of this? Our police, and then what is considered a demerit? The points were well taken from Councillor Adams at their meeting. They said it has to be documented. By whom? What are we looking at that has to be done? I heard another one of our delegations say the money can go back into the community, but right now we're spending that money just to make sure we've got the bylaw officers and staff to do it. So there's that. And finally, around the caps, I absolutely think we need a cap. I personally think it should be higher than what our clerk suggested, but I'm very concerned with the report on ARUs and how that will affect potential numbers and caps. And finally, I'm going to support Councillor Wilton in the whole issue cannot be just about tourism. It must be about housing. And if we allow the opportunity for all kinds of opportunities for people to rent short-term rentals, we really do need to look at what we're taking away from LTRs. Just my comments.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Evoy. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. Question for the clerk. Through this process, has there, instead of caps, is like an alternative also, for better or worse, looking at maybe tighter rules for non-hosted versus hosted locations? Could that also be a potential option? So for those like that are not being currently grandfathered in, any new existing ones, maybe, you know, if they are non-hosted, that they're limited to 2 bedrooms or very low occupancy versus those that are hosted having maybe larger occupancy rules. Have you seen something like that like through your time?
Through you, I think what we discovered through our focus groups and the engagement process is very few of them are hosted. We have, bed and breakfasts, of course, which are hosted, but I think through those conversations we had, very few here are hosted. So I think we just lean towards regulating the unhosted.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Yes, Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. Just to generally, I share this thoughts of my colleagues. I also think, and I'm interested to hear from Councillor Jefferson, as I believe this is your notice of motion, and I'd like to get your thoughts of where we're at. I do feel like when we started down this road, it really was to target those like bad actors that are, you know, really harming the enjoyment of our community and our residents. And I want to be sure that whatever bylaw we go ahead, that's going to be the cause and effect of that. I think also we want to protect the responsible hosts that we do have in the community. I think there is a lot of them and it is a source of income, and I don't think we're looking to do any harm to those kind of responsible hosts. I also am interested, and I understand a report that would be coming later, 6 months, about the financing of this, but I think that's a really important as well. I'd like to hear more about the staffing side of this and what this would look like. I'm hoping we hear that this is going to be like a user-funded program for both the administration and enforcement of, and that there is no, you know, tax dollars at kind of funding this. It is a part of the market, right? And we're not looking, I don't believe, to control the market and any more than we need to protect the enjoyment of those in our community. But again, number one, we want to make sure we do have those policies in place to target those bad actors.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. Through you, I think with any licensing, is the idea is not to generate revenue; it's to cover your costs. That's why I mean we have our consultants' recommendations, but I think we would, if we can get a bylaw passed, staff will do a deeper dive into making sure that our expenses are covered. But it is in no way meant to gouge or to generate revenue. It's simply meant to cover the municipality's administrative costs. We think with changes in parking and a launch of full-time parking and perhaps paid parking, the position that was approved would be part-time licensing and part-time parking. I mean, it's hard to say, but I don't think that the work involved in this particular project is going to generate more work. It will be, we will be able to absorb it within the complement, including the one that council approved, adding parking as well to that, given that we're now administrating parking. And if we take on paid parking, there's a whole another element of that as well administratively. So this is not going to be the sole purpose of someone to administer this. It would be part and parcel of a position.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. That's good to hear about the administration side. In terms of the enforcement side, so we have the demerit there's some fines and stuff within the bylaw. We talk about that, most of this happens at night. Like, I'm trying to understand the strategy there. Are we relying on our OPP, or is there some alternate kind of solution to this? I don't think we want to be staffing bylaw enforcement 24/7. We're not that big of a municipality. Some do. I've heard of some other municipalities, very small municipalities, that engage with a third party to do like a live messaging service, so that residents could actually contact and get a live person, and then that live person actually has access to a staff list. So if there was fireworks going off or whatever, they're able to contact. So then we're like, being efficient in our funds, but then you're kind of able to kind of get somebody out there at that time. Like, I'm just kind of curious on the enforcement side, what are the options that we're looking at? Because we know a lot of these bad actors at the time, and these are happening outside of our regular business hours.
Yes, through you. I think as far as the noise goes, we know we have a countywide noise bylaw, so that is the responsibility of the OPP. But we also, our staff has a relationship with the OPP, and they certainly can discuss. And if there is solid evidence that an incident occurred, that is coming from the OPP, that is enough for us to the demerit point system is evidence or conviction or charges laid. So depending on the circumstances, it is a little like that those conversations can be had and those demerit points can be laid. It doesn't have to be catch them in the act. It can be after the fact, should the investigation take them in that direction. So I don't know that we have to have somebody on call in order to catch them. I think there would be evidence, there would be an opportunity to gather that evidence in order to apply the demerit point system through the tools that we have. Again, we have 2 officers. They can also flex their time. So if there is an ongoing occurrence, we can certainly make arrangements for charges to be laid in a second offense. Therefore, we have direct evidence. So I think we can use our tools that we have in order to enforce it. It just doesn't necessarily have to be our enforcement system. We can use the other tools we have, like the OPP.
Other comments, questions? Councillor Wilton.
Just kind of going along with that line of questioning, we do have in the draft bylaw that there'd be a responsible person that's available within 30 minutes, and they must, no responsible person shall fail to respond to an inquiry with 30 minutes. But if a neighbor is having a problem, there's a big party going on, or people parked all over their lawn, or what have you, if they can't reach the bylaw officer in the township because it's 10 o'clock on a Friday night, they call the OPP, but the OPP's swamped and busy with bigger issues or other issues. Would a neighbor have that number and name of the responsible person, and can they contact the responsible person to show up, or how does that work? Because I know when I was looking at the Collingwood, I'm going to mention the Collingwood STR bylaw because I think they got a lot of things right. They actually have an interactive map where the responsible person's name and contact information is right on the map. So if you were in that neighborhood and there was a problem, you could find that person and call them or email them and get in touch. But is that something we're considering as well? Thank you.
We many municipalities do. They also publish them on the website. So I don't know that we've considered it, but we haven't made any decisions in that regard. We don't really feel that we have that big of a problem. I think one bad apple is spoiling the whole bunch, or we're misunderstanding that there might have been 1 or 2 instances, and maybe we didn't have the tools at the time to, or even the licensing tool for that matter. Without a licensing tool, it's very hard to use the other tools. So licensing along with the other tools that we have make it far more regulatory and far more enforceable. Each one on its own is somewhat problematic, but together we think that we can address those one or two. I don't want you to get the idea that we have hundreds of complaints and multiple properties like this. They're rare and they're few.
For this side.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. With the STR, there's been a lot of conversations that have revolved around the actual inspections and the application. And if you're going through a lot of the different STRs for the different similar areas to ours, a lot of them have the ability that you apply online and you upload like your insurance, your COI, and that you have your township named as an additional insured. And then you can also, if you need to upload like site plans, floor plans, your property manager information, and that you also download and sign like the tenant responsibility. Like everything is done at the behest of the STR owners so that they want the license, they want the application, they do kind of the legwork for it and what they need to do to supply for their property in specific, and then they upload it so that it would reduce the staff time that we would be having to pay for as well. A lot of them are renewed annually, so that they have to go through this every year, where ours was being proposed as a 3-year. Yes. I'm thinking that the annual might be a good way so that everybody has to readdress the situation annually so that it's not tied over for 3 years. And even if it is like a slight revenue generation, we do have a lot of tourism infrastructure that has to be covered. And there's a bit of an upheaval with taxpayers paying for tourism garbage, like the extra garbage cleaning, street cleaning, the parking, issues like that that are revolving around the tourism, especially in Elora. So even if it is slightly revenue generating, some of that money could be directed back towards that, because we are looking at the STR to be able to know that our STRs in the area are safe, that they are up to code, like for fire code and responsibility, and that it's a responsible owner. But we're also wanting them to be like a contributing member, because we don't have the hotels, we don't have the motels. We have to recognize that as well. And also with the way the economy is, people are utilizing the STRs as a way to subsidize their income. Not many of us can afford like 1.5 million homes, which was the average price of a house. So if we can utilize the additional residential units for STRs, or utilize one, I'm not sure what's going to shake out with that policy when we get to it for zoning. But to be able to utilize that and to have multi-generational families living in the house and renting it out that way, and then having the third unit for an STR to help pay for that, is attractive. Like, it's an attractive thing in our area. We do have tourism. That's not to say that like it may decrease. It depends on the economy. It may increase as well with people doing staycations and being here. So there may be more of a driver for the STRs. But I think my main concern was just kind of knowing where they are and knowing that they are operating safely, that they have the parking, because parking was a big issue, and that we have the ability to get rid of the bad apples. So with that as well, to bounce off to the demerits, I think our demerit fines are low. I think it's 200 up to 5 or 50,000, and then 1,000 up to 100,000 for our subsequent fines. And a lot of the other places are doing it so that your fines start at 50,000. I don't know if that would be more of a deterrent for people to fall in line and actually have their licenses and to be operating with a license and then to be following everything. I don't think $250 is much of a deterrent. Like, that's one night rental, if you're looking at it that way. And then the septics as well, are we going to treat our urban separate from our rural? Because they are two very different instances, where in town is municipal water, and municipal sewage. And then if they just have to supply something to say that their original septic system was built, up to the standards at the time and that they can accommodate the extra usage that's going through. But basically, it's kind of up to them with the septic system. If it's going to back up, it's going to back up into the personal property of the STR owner. I don't know what else. Is there anything else that you had, Councillor Adams?
Through you, Chair, or Mayor, sorry. No, thank you. I was, and it, again, like just kind of like the staffing of it, which I think Carrie spoke to. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to respond to a couple things. These STRs would be subject to in the future. I know council is considering a MAT tax, so they would be subject to that. So I'm not sure the licensing fees are the most appropriate way to make them pay into tourism. I think the MAT tax is. The septic system, I think it's, septic systems are required under the building code to be sized for the intended use, and considering the size of the dwelling, the number of bedrooms and the future units. So the municipality would not want to license an STR that has undersized septic, or one that is subject to fail or in failing. So we do have a liability and a responsibility. Again, the inspections are not meant to tax, they're just meant for safety and health and safety purposes. And we can certainly look at the increasing the fees. I think those were proposed by the consultant.
Councillor Evine.
Through you, sir. Thank you. Actually, that brings to mind, where is our consultant? I think it would have been prudent to have him here to answer some questions. I'm just saying. So I'd be curious about, I mean, I appreciate that the team created a foundational or skeletal beginning for us. But I think just based on our discussion here today, it tells us that there are pieces that need to be addressed. And for me, through all of these concerns, lest we forget the connection to the ARUs, because I think that's going to be really important, especially when we're choosing a number. If we are going to go with the cap, what does that number look like? And in saying that, is there a discussion around, restrictions for the ARUs, like how many are allowed to turn theirs into, and how do we know if they're turning their additional residence into a thing illegally, as it were? How would anybody know? So I think that with those two things together, I think we have a little bit more work to do.
Okay. Councillor Walton.
Yeah, so I'm still concerned about the historic area, because I'm still just confused how this line was drawn, for one thing, and then also that it's basically a free-for-all within that historic line. So there's no 100-meter setback. There's no setback at all. There's no parking at all, guidelines or anything. So to me, like, you could take a street like Church Street in Elora or Aqua Street, and every house or every other house could be turned into a full unit STR. And then I'm concerned. I hear you that they're not all, the majority are really good actors, and it's great and it's good to have. And yeah, I've had family members use short-term rentals in the community when they've come to visit. So I'm nothing against having them. So nobody's suggesting we don't have them. But I am concerned when you go in a neighborhood and half the houses could potentially be ghost houses when they're not occupied. There were comments in the long-term, in the consultant survey from the long answer comments about people being afraid because they never know who's next door anymore, because there's strangers coming and going all the time. There's people that are concerned that there have been late nights that maybe didn't come forward in a municipal complaint, but the complaints came through in the survey in the long answers. So I think we have to be aware that these things can cause problems. So we want to make sure we're doing everything we can with a proactive bylaw. And so I'm just concerned with that historic line, that you still have really residential areas in my mind that could potentially be converted to quite a few STRs quite easily when we don't have any kind of guidelines or limitations in those, within those two historic zones in Fergus and Elora. And then with the ARU question, again, in the bylaw, it says 8 people maximum per STR, but is that 8 people maximum per STR in one building or in 2 buildings or in one plus building where it's an attached ARU? So I think we need to be careful and really clear in our wording that it's 8 people maximum. And then that also begs the question, what happens to the SDRs within the community? They're already 10, 12, 15 people occupancy, and there are a few within the community. So sorry, there's a few questions there, but comments, please.
Okay, Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. I feel bad for asking more questions as our clerk's still trying to pull answers from the last one. Yeah, in terms of like the grandfathering, I have concerns there. I've seen before the grandfathering worded so that it is subject to the renewal compliance. So if any of those grandfathered places are having demerit point permits, they lose it in their next renewal. So they kind of get it temporarily, but then they can lose it. I don't know if our bylaws kind of written that way. Another thing that I just actually saw, and I don't know, Carrie, I think you can confirm for me. I thought that we were headed towards like the AMPS program this year. And I do know in the bylaw, it speaks to like the POA. Is it because we don't have quite AMPS set up yet, or in the long run, we are looking at running this through the POA?
No, in the long run, it would be AMPS. Our bylaws done, our policies done, everything's done. We've just run into a little bit of a roadblock with respect to the MTO and the licensing agreement. I think we've overcome that hurdle. At least I received an email today that so we hope to have that implemented this year. We've been ready to go with most of it for many months now. I think it was written POA because we were unsure of when we were transitioning to AMPS. The parking bylaw is the first one that would be under AMPS, and we would bring other bylaws in. So if we pass this today, it would be in the POA system and one that would transition to AMPS.
Is there a follow-up with that? Yep.
I think so. Thank you, through you, Mayor. So with that, because we know that we're transferring because we know of the issues of the POA, so we could place the fines, but obtaining that revenue. I don't know, in light of what was just said and in light of, you said, I think like the financing piece would also come about 6 months. Is this something that but we want a draft bylaw in place? I'm just like, what kind of decision do we need today in order to be prepared for that? Or I don't know.
Through you, I would like to get a bylaw through today, but I also have draft resolutions anticipating caps, anticipating principal residence. So where council wants to go, tell me where collectively you want to go, because I still see so many different, I can't please you all with one bylaw, but what we can do is put one in place, and we can get something started, and we can either claw it back or we can ramp it up further. Starting with something and then ramping it up is more difficult than highly regulating and clawing it back. Well, because you do not want to have some done under one system and one done under another. You want to start with regulation and then dial it back if it for some reason isn't working. Because then you'll have some licensed under one system and grandfathered under one system and some licensed under another. It's easier to claw it back than it is to ramp it up, in my opinion. But But if this doesn't work for the majority of council, I think we would like by way of resolution, you to add in what you believe will make it work so that we can get this project off the ground, or if you wish to defer and give this some time, it's not going anywhere. We just would like a decision, I think.
Okay. We're going to do a couple more questions and then we got to sort of get to the meat of this. Okay. So, yes.
It's just a comment, thank you, Mayor Waters, that I find the process quite challenging because it went to the Economic Prosperity Committee for 3 meetings, I believe. So we haven't seen this since December now, and now it's April. And then we get it Wednesday in this form. And then there's no opportunity to kind of see a presentation, like maybe by Adam as senior management team staff, on those options that you say you've prepared. So it's difficult to just, we're sitting here and we have to be so polite and we have to wait our turn to speak, which is challenging for some of us, but then to try and like piece it all together in this kind of almost artificial discussion zone is, I think, very challenging because it's a really, really important policy and it's a really important thing. I heard from the delegations. I sat in on 2 of the Economic Prosperity Committees. I understand their concerns, but I've also read all the comments from the survey and I've received emails from concerned residents, and just looking at kind of my own experience door knocking was coming find ghost house after ghost house in the neighborhood. And I am concerned about that aspect of it in the long-term housing piece. So it's such an important and complex policy that we need to get it right. And I'm finding the process challenging. So I don't know if there's a solution, but I just wanted to put that out there. So thank you.
Okay, any more comments, questions? Okay, I'm gonna chime in now. So, I know there's a couple options, but another option would be a deferral. The deferral could be, we know we've taken a lot in today, including thank you for coming to council today and speaking. Thanks to all the subcommittees, all the processes, and I can tell just even from council's questions and discussion here, there's still questions and comments and like that. So if it's the deferral, probably when you do a deferral, we do it all the time at the county. If there's a deferral, then we'll usually say, we'd like to have this back. You've given opportunity for staff to take in some of the information, opportunities for council still to talk to staff that way individually. And then maybe there's an opportunity to sort of massage this a bit more. I think it's too hard to make, personally, I think it's too hard to make a decision. I'm hearing it fairly loud and clear that way. I think there's definitely some questions, but I would agree with Councillor Wilton that we do want to get it as best we can to being what right is to at that point. We're not this, and I'll make it fairly clear, we're never going to get this perfect. You know, and even if something does come back after a lot of discussions and sort of morphing, it's not going to be perfect. The idea of it is just to get it started, and then I'm sure at some point in time, staff will recommend that we'll do a review in 6 months at that. But I think we're not even at that point where we can sort of let staff do some of the legal whatever. I think there's still some fundamentals here that need to be looked at a little bit more that way. The other thing too, and I want to make it fairly clear, this is not the solution for housing either. So for those people who have those types of residents, it's not a question. We're as a council, we're trying to do our best on the whole picture. This is part of the, maybe part of the housing answer, but it's not full by any stretch of the imagination. I think council has done a good job by sort of dealing with intensification, growing up and all that. So it's a question, the housing, it shouldn't be laid on short-term rentals. But we do want to get it right in terms of making sure that short-term rentals come within the community, that we don't have streets that are devoid of people. There are communities, I can take you right now, we can jump in my truck and I'll take you to communities where there's streets that are empty. And we don't want that for our community. Mark back there mentioned Banff. We don't want to have situations where you do literally have streets where there's no families anymore, they're gone. So it's trying to find that balance. And I think when we started this process, I think we all agreed that we knew it was going to be difficult, but we want as best we can do a good job on it. And it's not going to be perfect. And we know we need a starting point, but we want to do a good job. So we're not sort of like reinventing this whole thing again in 6 months or 8 months or whatever. So my expression here would be if we deferred this for today and give an opportunity for some from this information to be taken in, allow staff to take a look at this a little bit more, given sort of all what's been expressed there. And but that's up to you, council. We do have the other option. It's basically, I'm going to read the options, and you guys help me out in terms of where you want to go with this. But we have option, I'll read the recommendations. Option 1, that the council Township of Centre Wellington receive Core 2025-12 from the Managing Director of Corporate Services and Treasury for information and defer any decision regarding regulating short-term rentals at this time. Option 2, the council of the Township of Centre Wellington endorse the draft short-term licensing bylaw attached to Report Core 2025-12 in principle, direct staff to vet the document through legal and bring the final bylaw to a future meeting of council for final adoption. So even within that one, there might be an opportunity for it to look at some further in terms of the comments. But I'm looking to council right now because we're all invested in this, looking to council to provide some direction that way. So, Councillor Evoy.
Question through you, sir. First of all, does this allow, if we do defer, does this allow our current, actually, I want to sidebar and thank our STR owners again and our delegates, because we do recognize that they hold a valuable role in our community. And to your point, I don't want to kneecap them, as she says with the bad knee. But are they able to continue as is if this does take us a little bit more time? I just want to make sure that they're okay to keep moving.
Through you, yes. That there is no reason why anything should change.
Comments, Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. I would support a deferral. I think a deferral, we should have it like a kind of a time set where we would like it to see it come back. And I think we set some parameters around, like give our clerk a bit of a direction on what we would like to see when it comes back. If I was to start it, I don't know if I have any particulars, but I think it's whether it's 1 or 2 or, more moving in, like the why, like why are we doing this if we don't have a lot of bad actors? Is it, to protect the other homes and affordability in our community? Anyways, I would want to see a bylaw that is targeting the bad actors and having very clear, strong teeth in that regard. So whether that's, having a statement that maybe it's an offense on its own to permit a nuisance gathering at a short-term rental or something, and that there's a really strong demerit point with that, and you have clear occupancies that's labeled on there, and whether it's sleeping or visiting or whatever, if you're over that occupancy, daytime, nighttime, that's and you get a complaint, then that could be a nuisance gathering or something. I don't know. Protecting, again, our responsible hosts. I think for those that are doing, everything, and they are maintaining their ratings and their no complaints from the neighbors, I would like to see, us lessen any kind of red tape. There were some comments from our delegations about simplifying the registration process. Councillor Jefferson, I think you spoke to some items that would help that as well. I think that could be something that would be important. And then whether it be through the bylaw or through the report back on the financing, just kind of the details that how this program would be funded, that it would be funded user-based through the administration, both administration and enforcement. And we're not talking any taxpayer funded dollars here. That would be my recommendation.
Councillor Wilton.
Yeah, thank you. I'd be comfortable with either option, but I would want to look at amendment or resolution. I'm not sure what the right process would be to look at the, what it would look like to have all future STRs as owner occupied only. Clarity around the 8 people maximum, that's 8 people total per property, not a 8 + 4 + 6 kind of thing in ARUs. I would like to see the removal of the historic line and the whole township treated equally and consistently, which would in turn affect the way parking is treated within that historic core area. And I think those would be my main points. I agree with comments from that the fines seemed odd to me, that the 250 to 50,000. I'd like to see some clarity on what the demerit points are. And I think for the responsible STR owners, other than that initial kind of pulling together that paperwork, from then on, if they really are responsible STR owners, the impact will be quite minimal because they'll never have complaints and visitors and stuff like that. So, or like negative visitors from OPP officers, that kind of thing. So I'm not as concerned on that, but I would like to see clarity on what that demerit points means, because that can act as a pretty hefty deferral. But to Councillor Jefferson's point, $250, which is one night rental, so it doesn't seem much of a deterrent. So those would be my suggestions. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Evoy.
Is it possible, just so that we don't overwhelm our clerk in this moment, for us to maybe to have Carrie create some sort of a questionnaire for us, 3-4 questions, what matters most, in what order, so that she can figure out what we're all thinking about and create this draft, so she's not as blind doing it, trying to take all of our notes today, and then we can just send her, like Councillor Wilton just said, what she's concerned, whatever we're concerned about. Would that make it easier for you, for our clerk? Well, that face says maybe not.
Oh, well, you know what? I almost would like permission to start over again, because it would be very difficult for me to please Councillor Adam and please Councillor Wilton with the same bylaw. So it's a very difficult position to be in, and I it shouldn't be this difficult, but I'm wondering if we need to take time and just start over with a different foundation, because obviously the foundation that staff had is different than what council wants. So I think we need to go back to the drawing board and rethink about it. If you're up for a deferral, I think we start from square one, and we build on a different foundation than staff and the consultant had set out, I think.
Councillor Evoy.
Follow up, thank you through you. So thank you, Carrie. I know that's a big commitment, and I know how much work you and the teams have put into that. And I want to publicly say thank you, because we know how much work has gone into this so far. I also want to say that I know that we're not looking for you to please us. We're looking to do the best by our community. So I think if we could all come together on what we think is the most important way to serve our community, that when you're drafting it, it's really not about pleasing each of us, but it's about making sure that we're addressing the needs of our community. Thank you for your willingness to go back.
Any other? Yes, Councillor Wilton.
Yeah, I guess I'd just follow up that I don't actually have a problem with what Councillor Adams said and Councillor Jefferson. Like, I think we agree more than maybe it seems like we do. I think we're all, I don't know, Dennis has been quiet, so I won't speak for Councillor Craddock. But generally, we want to find that balance between the tourism and the residents, and making sure we're minimizing any negative impacts on neighbors, making sure staff time's covered by appropriate fees, making sure we're not creating more and more parking issues by not having good parking guidelines. So I think we're more on the same page than maybe it seems, just because, and again, back to the nature of the way this conversation kind of has to go. So I think there is a happy medium and a path forward. It's just maybe having that discussion offline somehow.
I was going to say Councillor Dan, but
thank you. And through Mayor Waters, I just want to reiterate what Carrie said a number of minutes ago. At this point, we just have individual comments from specific members of council, and it'll be very difficult on staff to guess at what council as a whole are willing to accept at this point. So I can sense some frustration right now, but I think that's where it's coming from. We don't know where the majority of council is thinking on all these topics. We just have individual comments. So I think at one point, Carrie was suggesting maybe some proposed amendments that are voted on. So just so we get an idea of what members of council are willing to accept. I don't know if that's today or another date, but like I said, it's going to be very hard for staff to bring back an amended bylaw at this point, not knowing what everybody's willing to accept.
Any other comments? Councillor Jefferson?
Thank you, Mayor Waters. I kind of want to say, like, this was all to be done to help support short-term rentals. And like, we're trying to support them to be able to function and to get licensed and to operate with tourism, and then to have the support of the township staff as well. It's not trying to deter them. And I kind of got a little bit of that feeling with all of everything that needed to be satisfied in the bylaw. And I think we're trying to work or come from being on side with the STRs and helping them to be successful and to operate successfully and to operate safely. I don't mind deferring to have us have another look at it and to readjust things. But I just feel like the more simplified that we can start off with it, to see, like, if we can do an online application and everybody just submits what we request that they submit, and to work with them to have an annual renewal, to have things grandfathered in, and then to kind of look at how that's operating. I don't think we need to, like, throw it all away and start over new, because I do agree that we probably agree more to this than some of the aspects of it. But yeah, it's all basically to work with the community and to support our STRs is the mindset that we should be coming from, and to not bog them down with the red tape, like, to be there to help them, I guess, through the whole process.
Okay, any other comments, questions? Okay. So I need direction from council. You see option 1, you see option 2, and potential for deferral. So where would you like to? I'm just going to do the head nod. If I say right now for option 1, just for sorry, that's basically do nothing. Yeah. Okay. Option 2. I don't. Okay. Well. Okay. You're not helping out here.
May I make a motion?
Well, let's get through this first. So right now I'm not seeing much in the way for option 1 or much for the option 2. So staff are looking for some direction here in terms of, and now we as councillors have to do our job, which is provide some directions to staff here. So does anyone have some suggestions that way? Yes, Councillor Wilton.
If you're looking for suggestions.
Well, we've had the technical suggestions.
Yeah.
Yes. But there's also suggestions in terms of how we deal with this in terms of moving this forward. So that's a big picture question. So how do we do that?
So I would suggest option 3, that staff take the comments back from today, keeping in mind the balance between supporting STRs for tourism purposes and housing for long-term rentals and neighborhood cohesiveness as a catch-all term for now, and come back with a second draft of the bylaw that addresses some of the comments that were made today. Because we've had a lot of good comments on the fees, the process, the parking, ARUs, maximum number per person, potential of owner occupied, potential of a cap. So to me, I would see a draft 2 of the bylaw addressing some of those, with maybe you have 2 scenarios. We could do it this without owner occupied, without a cap, or scenario B is with future ones only owner occupied, grandfather in the existing ones, and scenario 3 has a cap. So that would be if we're looking for a suggestion, that would be mine. So option 3, that the Council of the Township of Center Wellington ask staff to revise the draft bylaw into a version 2, taking into consideration the comments from this meeting. So, open for discussion, obviously.
Okay, any other thoughts along that line, Council? Councillor Evoy.
Thank you, through you, sir. The only thing I would add is let's put a timeline on it. So what are we looking at staff to feel, and perhaps it might be necessary for us to regroup in a committee of the whole style meeting so that we can have this open discussion to help flush it out. But I think we should have a date that we're striving for.
I would suggest that that would be a question we would ask of staff in terms of whether, you know, they're thinking in terms of possible timing.
We both got their fingers on the button.
Perhaps if I may, Mayor Waters, we're struggling getting through the existing 2025 business plan, appreciating that this was an item that we were to address. Staff have worked diligently with the consulting team to get this to where it is now, having gone through economic prosperity and growth, and having it endorsed at that table. If we're looking at a rewrite, appreciating that it's been a long road to get to this point, we will require more time. I can't say I can quantify exactly what that is, but I would suggest anything prior to Q3 is probably going to be a difficult task, just given the current workloads with staff.
Carrie, do you have any comments that way?
Well, I just want to say, like, I understand the 3 different scenarios, but it's very difficult when you're drafting a bylaw that then you don't contradict within the bylaw. So when I said starting over, it didn't mean that I was frustrated, but it meant that sometimes starting naked and building it with council might be the better idea here. Especially if you're still looking at 3 different scenarios. Maybe I can bring something naked and raw and we pass resolutions to build that bylaw together. Because it's risky, and I know it has to be vetted by legal anyways, but we could spend a fortune having them pick apart where we've contradicted ourselves, or where it doesn't match. That's the risk of copying and pasting and doing things from all over the place. So maybe that's what I would propose, if you're willing to give us the time to maybe claw everything back and start and then build it and get solid answers from you as to what to put in there, and then we can build the bylaw together, rather than staff come with what we think is the balance. Maybe council needs to build that themselves.
Councillor Wilton.
It's just a process question then. I'm just not clear how and when we do that, because if it comes back as another draft, we'd have to have a series of amendments, I guess. Like, it seems like it's going to be a very unwieldy process to try and discuss draft. Like, I thought that's what we were doing today, was to give feedback. So I'm just curious on the process, and if we're not just going to draw out more and more meetings. So I'm just...
Well, and I don't want to do that, but I also think I heard where you wanted to go, but I'm not sure everybody agreed. Like, for instance, the getting rid of the boundary, like the historic core area. There might be a better way. We maybe just have to think it through. Because I did hear where you're sort of going. Yeah, I don't know. I think if you're willing to defer and we come back with a draft, maybe with 3 different scenarios, and then council picks from there. That's a lot of work. So as Adam indicated, that will take some time, I think.
I got a question for you, Carrie, in terms of in option 2, is there a way of sort of amending that allows you to sort of give you some flexibility in option 2 that way, or we add something to that
Not really, because the word in principle means that you sort of,
Right.
you bought into our philosophies, the way we staff suggested to approach it. The 3 different scenarios proposed by Councillor Wilton are different different foundations for the bylaw, different directions.
Okay. Yep. Dan.
Through Mayor Waters, one other potential approach is to discuss bylaw components through a workshop setting, similar to how we created our strat plan, where we look at the different options, have a committee of the whole workshop setting, and sort of build it together, and then staff take that direction and write the bylaw afterwards. So we're doing it once.
Dan, you're a very smart man. Okay. Councillor Craddock.
I was going to say what Dan said. No, really, I truly was, but, and thank you through you. But with that, I would almost take this bylaw as the skeleton, and then we collectively could go line by line through it and amend as we go. Instead of, I know in the past, like for strat, we were putting poster boards up and what do you think about this? And this, you've already got the framework here. So if we just ran through that line by line in a workshop setting, I think we could collectively agree on, is this right? Keep it in, keep it out, adjust. And then you have a set firm direction to bring back to make a amended version of.
Well, yes and no, because this one takes us in specific directions. So like I said earlier, let's maybe get naked and build it.
Fair enough. Let's get
build it together. I can get some of the general provisions. I can get those in there, and then we have to decide what direction we're going in. Are we going, principal residence only? That's a direction. Are we going capping and I can give you the different scenarios of the direction, and then you tell me which direction we go, and then we build it from there. But I think we have to just take it back to the general provisions, and then you tell me where we go.
Makes sense.
So are we looking at a sort of deferral with the idea that we do some type of a workshop to help move the bylaw that way? Something along those lines?
Yes. Sorry, defer to allow staff an opportunity to schedule a committee of the whole workshop for STRs. Does that make sense?
And prefer to be flexible on time.
Yeah, give me some, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Councillor
Wilton?
Do we need to make an official amendment to the option 1 then? No.
Yeah. Hang on.
Not like a amendment, sorry, Carrie's right. It's nothing's on the table yet. You haven't moved and seconded, so.
No, I just read the recommendations, and I didn't ask for just to put those out there. So, and Carrie is just writing something up here for council to take in. This is the dynamic nature of council. This is about as exciting as it gets in terms of entertainment. And I think Carrie was referring to old days Banffs about getting naked. So
Again, media ignore.
Okay. That council, the Township of Central Wellington, receive report core 2025-12 from the Managing Director of Corporate Service and Treasury for the information to defer to afford staff an opportunity to schedule committee of the whole workshop to develop various options for council's consideration.
Please. How about we go STR bylaw options?
Okay. I'll just, I'll read this again so we're all fairly clear on this.
I just
Okay.
added that a little bit in.
Okay, I'll just read it again. The Council of Township of Centre Wellington received a report court 2025-12 from the Managing Director of Corporate Services and Treasurer for information and defer the to afford staff an opportunity to schedule a committee of the whole workshop to develop various STR bylaw options for council's consideration.
Can we add within the 2025 year business year? Within 2025? Because it could be Q4, but at least it keeps it within this year.
Yes.
Can I just put at the end before year end?
Okay. Okay. Any other? Okay, I'm going to read this one more time. That Council of Township of Centre Wellington received report core 2025-12 from the Managing Director of Corporate Services and Treasurer for information defer to afford staff an opportunity to schedule a committee of the whole workshop to develop various STR bylaw options for council consideration before year end. Okay. So are we ready for this? Okay. Do we have a mover for that? Councillor Craddock. Seconder on that, Councillor Wilton. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is so moved. So, okay, thank you for that. Thank you for all the input. Thank you for the folks in the audience as well. Appreciate that. Okay, let's take a 7-minute break, okay? Okay, welcome back, everyone. We'll go back into consideration of reports. We'll now go to 12.1, user group storage agreement, and a report from Lucas. Hello, Lucas. Welcome. And I see you're fully clothed.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for that lovely introduction. I bring before you today a matter of housekeeping, really. It's a user group storage agreement that we have identified in the community services area. There's been some user groups and some areas where there are items being stored within township facilities as well as on township grounds. We don't have a group agreement with those groups per se, and we'd like to just tidy up and make sure that all the responsibilities are known between both parties, take an inventory of currently what is on and being stored in the facilities as well as in on our grounds, and then this will give us a mechanism to move forward as well with addressing any other concerns that come forward, or sorry, not concerns, rather any other requests that come forward to deal with storage within our grounds or within our facilities. My apologies, my computer died, so now I have this all on my phone. So what this agreement, and it's been in your package there, I hope you've all gone through it. It's a very standard agreement. It just outlines the clear terms between the township and the user groups, and it accounts for any ownership of the items. It accounts for any accountability or risk mitigation, as well as there's a record in perpetuity of the agreement with the township and the user group. It also provides a mechanism moving forward to support our community groups. We are also asking for delegated authority to our Managing Director of Community Services to enter and sign off on these agreements. This is a matter of efficiency within our department, and seeing as it's a bit of a housekeeping and ongoing agreement that we'd have with user groups, that would create efficiencies by having our Managing Director sign off on that. That's what's before you today, and I'm happy to field any questions.
Thank you, Lucas. Comments, questions from Council? Councillor Evoy.
Thank you, through you, sir. Just one question for clarification. You want permission to what? To sign off on the agreements?
Delegation of authority for the Managing Director of Community Services to sign the user agreements is what we're requesting.
Okay, great, thanks.
Any other comments, questions for Lucas? Okay. Thank you, Lucas, for that report. I will read the recommendation that the Township of Centre Wellington approves the user group storage agreement template, and that council will delegate authority to the Managing Director of Community Services or their designate to execute user group storage agreements on behalf of the township. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Adams, seconder on that. Councillor Evoy. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. Thank you very much. Item number 12.2, Fergus Downtown Illumination CIP grant stream. And who? Oh, yes. Caitlin.
Yes, hi there. Thank you so much for having us today, Council and Mayor Waters. As you know, the Community Improvement Plan is a powerful tool that encourages growth and revitalization within the community. So in addition, actually, can we get the slideshow going? Just realized that I don't have my slide, but I can keep chatting about that. Cute. So there we are. We're a little step ahead, but that's okay. There we go. Click happy here. So as you can see on the screen above, in addition to the 6 existing streams that were introduced in 2023, we are pleased to present the Downtown Fergus Illumination and Lighting Grant Stream of the CIP for your endorsement. I'm going to hand it over to Kristen, and she's going to take a step back and talk about what brought the project forward and the first phase that initiated this project. Okay, so the first phase
was made possible through an investment from the Government of Canada administered by the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario. The funding was secured through the My Main Street grant, the Community Activator Stream, which supports high-impact placemaking projects designed to revitalize neighborhoods and reimagine public spaces such as main streets, downtowns, plazas to create vibrant, welcoming environments for everyone. Recognizing the potential of the initiative, staff engaged with Rural Tourism Ontario to discuss ways to enhance its impact. As a result of these conversations, RTO4 committed an additional $30,000 to further support and expand the project's reach. This combined investment allowed us to create a more dynamic and engaging downtown environment, enhancing Fergus as a destination for both visitors and residents alike. So while phase one was an exciting opportunity, it also came with some significant challenges. So the first one was tight timelines. The funding required the project to be completed and photographable by December 31st, leaving limited time for planning, sourcing, and installation. There's also some, there is some structural and power challenges. During the process, staff learned of structural issues and power source limitations that required some creative problem solving. The supply chain constraints made it difficult for electrical suppliers to source and deliver appropriate energy efficient lighting within our required time frame. And we also had some funding contingencies that we needed to make sure that we successfully met the project deadlines, adding pressure to resolving challenges quickly and efficiently. And despite those challenges, staff worked diligently to problem solve in real time, ensuring the project stayed on track while maintaining its overall vision and impact. So to ensure the greatest impact while meeting funding requirements, staff developed a set of selection criteria to guide the decision-making. The chosen buildings needed to be within the funder-approved catchment area. They had to have architectural interest. They needed to be have an accessible and feasible electrical connection, and the owners needed to be willing to cover any capital costs outside of the funding and take on the monthly electricity bill. Based on that criteria, we proceeded with the 4 buildings: Ron Wilkin Jewelers Building, the Vault Building, the Broderick's Building, and the connecting predominantly residential building. These selections allowed the program to maximize impact within the available resources while contributing to the vibrancy and nighttime appeal of downtown Fergus. The IT department, there we go, does 2 for 1. It's a twofer. The IT department is currently undergoing training to learn how to operate the program controller. This will allow us to manage and customize the lighting displays efficiently, ensuring that they align with the key culturally significant events. As part of the training, the company has pre-programmed a few sample light displays for several occasions, including Pride Month, Canada Day, and National Day for Truth and Reconciliation as examples. Looking ahead, staff will develop an illumination policy. This policy will establish guidelines for how and when the lighting is used, ensuring that it remains inclusive, meaningful, and reflective of our community's values. And finally, there's approximately $17,000 left from the RTO funding, and they are agreeable to roll that over into the next phase. The Economic Development Division will be moving forward with phase 2 of the project under the CIP program. This next phase will build on the success, expanding on the illumination initiative to further enhance the Fergus downtown and continue the revitalization efforts. So similar to, as I'm told by Caitlin, similar to the Projecting Signage CIP program sign grant, the second phase of the lighting project was expedited to ensure that the existing RTO funding is utilized before the September 2025 deadline. And this funding stream emerged from that necessity. So Caitlin will now share more about the details on what that phase will entail.
Okay. Give it a second. There we go. So phase 2, as Kristen had alluded to, we will be proposing to take over phase 2 of this project through our CIP program. So the Downtown Fergus Lighting Program, through a second phase, will utilize the remaining RTO4 funds with a portion of the funding through the CIP program, enabling us to further enhance the downtown areas. So initially, eligibility will focus on St. Andrew Street between St. David Street and Tower Street in Fergus. Pending the success of this phase, an additional phase may be proposed to council in the future to extend the grant to other areas in the downtown. These efforts not only enhance the area's aesthetic appeal, but they also promote after-hour business activity and contribute to the overall economic growth of the community. So the structure of the proposed CIP stream, the Fergus Downtown Illumination Grant aligns with the facade and property improvement category of the CIP. The grant provides businesses per project with up to $2,500 for lighting equipment funded through the CIP budget, and then up to $4,000 per project for labor costs funded by the RTO4 funds. Successful applicants will be responsible for light maintenance and will need to commit to a minimum of 10 years installation period. So if we were to get approval today, we just wanted to break down how we would market this program. So we would start with some virtual information sessions with a recording on the website, a press release to generate media covering, a letter to eligible property owners, and targeted presentation to the Fergus BIA. Thank you again for your time. We're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Kaylin. Comments, questions, Councillor Eloy.
Thank you, through you, sir. I do have a few questions. If my colleagues don't mind, I'll just ask them. One is the additional costs that our building owners faced other than their electrical fees. Was there much? Was it a deterrent at all? No, great. That's good enough answer. Thanks. Then I look at, aren't all of our buildings downtown culturally relevant that would qualify? Like when you look at that strip, is there anything that isn't, that wouldn't qualify by virtue of not being cultural enough or historical enough?
Through you, Mayor, it was more that they were architecturally interesting. So yes, from a perspective, I think what you're referring to is the illumination policy.
Yes.
So it would be that any of the lights that are centrally controlled would all be on a program to that was in accordance with some culturally significant events that we will build a policy for and come back here.
So first of all, I love the idea that we're lighting up on certain days. I wonder if we can't make it easier for our BIA stores who don't qualify as being historically interesting or architecturally interesting. Can we make it easy so that they can light up both sides of the street together and make it for like, so that it's not as expensive and so that they can get in on it so we don't have spots without it? Is there a way for us to work with the BIA to make that happen?
We can, but this is just a centrally located program that we can get the lights that are on the river, the lights that are parts of the buildings, all to work at the same time cohesively. But the building owners would have to do whatever they wanted to do in their windows. I think that's what you're trying to say. Okay. Yep.
Any other comments, questions? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I think it's a great program. Just again, talking about the first phase and the limitations. We have already had a few go through there, but I'm again just kind of wondering how we break down the tower to St. David. Like again, there's a lot of overlays that we do when we talk about downtown maps and stuff. I'm just kind of curious. It seems to just kind of cut her downtown. Like what would be like technically, are we able to do the lighting from, like if I look at like the downtown map, Brodalbin to Gowrie or something like that?
Yeah, we definitely can do that. It's really up to your preference. We initially chose the section that we have proposed based on what they had done in the first phase. We wanted to kind of keep it cohesive, see if we can get everything lit up in the one area and then work our way out. But if you would propose to have it a longer distance, we can definitely do that, or we can do that at a second phase. Through you.
Thank you. Through you. I think so many, it's such a good program. A lot of people were talking about it, particularly in the winter when our nights are longer and you see people downtown. I feel like, I don't know, it kind of like it almost is keeping people in that area. And I think there is a lot. If there wasn't any big concerns coming from like staff wise, like I would be open to see that boundaries kind of opened up if there was support around the table here to the full downtown Fergus in the first phase, and just adding more applicants through the second phase if necessary, or when available.
Okay, Councillor Wilton, or did you have a
I just wanted to add, so it was part of the My Main Street funding that they had to have it in that Main Street, hence the name. But we thought that phase 2 could just kind of fill in some of those gaps because there are so many, and try to make it so that it's more impactful. Whereas phase 3 could be going outside of that. Everybody in that little area could have their kick at the can, kind of, so to speak. And then we could extend it past that afterwards, but at least try to intensify that in the main area so that it does have more of an impact. RTO's funding is not, they definitely don't want it to be so far out that it loses the impact from they're more focused on tourism. So that's what their concern is. But if it was just outside of that area that's still considered downtown, they would be fine with that.
Councillor Wilton.
Yeah, I was just curious about that architectural interest. Is that going to remain a criteria? And if so, how's that being decided?
So for the first, through you, for the first phase, it was definitely have to have a second floor because we're only going from second floor up. And if there was arches, windows, neat stone structures, things like that that we were looking at, but that was really we didn't have to go far. Yeah, there's some great buildings.
So that will continue in this phase 2, and will that be planning staff who decide, or
so what through you, Chair, sorry. So what would happen, what would be if we get a bunch of applications, they go to our CIIC committee, that they would review it, and then it goes to the council designate. So I don't have any specifications that it has to specifically have the architectural interest, but they may get higher priority if there was a group of them.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Okay, thank you for that presentation. I'll read the recommendation that the Council Township of Centre Wellington approves the activation of the Fergus Downtown Illumination Stream of the Centre Wellington Community Improvement Plan as recommended in Report PLN 2025-10. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Evoy, seconder on that. Councillor Craddock, any further comments or questions?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to propose an amendment that we insert the words that staff extend the downtown area, the downtown boundary, as far as they feel appropriate in this first phase.
Yep, as long as it pertains to this.
It does, through you, sir. I appreciate that because I know that our stores, I'll name them by names, like the New Health Store and Sensational You and Fergie's and Breadalbin up at the other end, they're constantly feeling left out. And I think it's imperative for us to recognize them from this table on.
Okay.
Accepting that as a friendly amendment, or are you voting on it separately?
Friendly? This is a friendly group. That the Council of Township of Centre Wellington approves the activation of the Fergus Downtown Illumination Stream of Centre Wellington Community Improvement Plan as recommended in report PLN 2025-10, and that staff extend the downtown boundary
Phase 1.
in phase 1.
Yeah. Shouldn't it just match the BIA catchment area, just to be clear? Because then it's also the buildings on the, no, that's too far.
Yeah, exactly.
They're not two-story.
I had that as second story.
It's actually Councillor Adams' amendment, so how?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Yeah, my intention was to extend it in phase 1 as staff felt appropriate regarding like not as they spoke to funding and stuff. So I'd be comfortable leaving it like that and having staff look at whether that could be. Yeah. If that provides enough clarity to staff.
Yep, I'll read that again. That the Council of Township of Centre Wellington approves the activation of Fergus Downtown Illumination Stream of Centre Wellington Community Improvement Plan as recommended in a report PLN 2025-10, and that staff extend the downtown boundary for the program in phase 1 as determined by staff.
I got it.
Yep. And then, sorry, in phase 2. Sorry, it's
In
what
phase 2.
in phase is. Are you okay? This is phase 2.
We're currently in phase 2.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So we did have a mover. So the first and second, are you guys comfortable with that? Yep, I see thumbs up. So why don't I just read it one more time? We're into that kind of mood these days. That the Council of Township of Centre Wellington approves the activation of Fergus Downtown Illumination Stream of Centre Wellington Community Improvement Plan as recommended in report PLN and 2025-10, and that staff extend the downtown boundary for the program in phase 2 as determined by staff. Okay, so the first and second area, we're all fine with that? Yes. Okay. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, now we'll move down to 12.3, final Fergus Grand Theatre operation and community impact report. Kirsten, welcome back.
Thank you. So following a comprehensive engagement process, the theater operations and community impact report is being brought back to council for final adoption. The report was previously reviewed by 3 advisory committees and was posted on Connect CW for a 6-week public feedback period. Input was received through these channels, and no changes were made to the plan. Staff now recommend that council consider and adopt the updated report to guide the future direction of the theater operations and its role in the community impact.
Comments, questions? Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, and thank you, Kristen. I just had a question. I think I lost where I was on my report, but about the feedback from the 2 committees, the Economic Prosperity Committee and Healthy Communities, because there were some good suggestions brought forward at both of those committees. So I'm just curious. I think it says in here that they're in the implementation plan, but I don't see the implementation plan. So I'm just curious how that feedback got captured and if it's actually going to be incorporated into the plan moving forward or how that works. So thank you.
Through you, Mayor. There was a lot of great discussion and a lot of great acknowledgement of what is already happening at the theater. And we found that a lot of the things that people were saying were either already working on and doing, or we do that now. So like in terms of youth programming, there is a lot of positive feedback around that. And we have our first Theatre for Young Audiences coming up. And we have camp, so there's a lot of things that they said we should be doing more of, and we're already in the process of doing that. And in the work plan, it does talk about additional things. So yes. It was captured. It was looked at to see if it's already in there, if we already are working on it in our current business plans, and there wasn't anything to add.
Any further comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to read the recommendation of the Council of Township of Central Wellington adopt the Fergus Grand Theatre Operations and Community Impact Report dated April 14th, 2025, and direct staff to implement the action items in the report. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Craddock, seconder on that. Councillor Jefferson, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. Thank you very much. And you're still staying here. Cultural action plan. Okay. I'll read the recommendations. Just change it up a little bit first. Okay, that the Council of Township of Central Wellington adopts the Cultural Action Plan dated April 14, 2025, and direct staff to implement the action items in the report. So I'm going to turn it over to you now.
This is going to sound very familiar. So the Culture Action Plan is now being presented to Council for final adoption following another extensive engagement and review process. The draft plan was reviewed by 2 different advisory committees and made available for public input on the Connect CW site for over a 6-week period. Feedback that was received during that process, very much like the last one, was thoughtfully reviewed. No changes have been made to the plan. Staff recommend that Council endorse the updated Cultural Action Plan as a strategic framework to guide cultural development and investment in the community.
Okay. Comments, Kirsten? Okay. I've read the recommendation. So do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, seconder on that. Councillor Adams, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. You did a very good job. Thank you. Healthcare professional accommodation update report from Dan Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. This is something we've talked about a few times with council over the last few months, but this is seeking formal direction from council. We are looking to transition the healthcare professional accommodation space from the Gart Shore Street Farmhouse to 495 Union Street West, which is known as the Craighead Cottage. As you know, we need to vacate the Gart Shore farmhouse because of the operations center construction, and want to utilize the Craighead Cottage as a temporary place for the healthcare professionals. We are also renovating the Craighead Cottage at this time. The tender, actually it's a request for proposal, closes this week to hire somebody to do that work. So that's exciting news. So it should be completed over the summertime. I think that's it. Happy to take any questions. Oh, one more point. We haven't outlined the permanent use of Craighead or the Gart Shore farmhouse at this point in time, and that is because that is to be determined. We'll come back to council at a later date to look at long-term uses. So we're just asking for a temporary use of the Craighead Cottage at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Comments, questions? Councillor Evoy.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. A couple of questions. So was the fire department using that as a rescue? Because not a fire, right? They wouldn't have lit fires to practice on. I know that they're practicing in there. So it was for rescue primarily? Is that what they were using it for? I see Colin going, you.
Through the mayor, yes, it was from what I understand, like a smoke test. So it was going kind of room to room with like a smoke machine generating. So it was totally, I was assured by the fire department, it was totally non-destructive.
Awesome. And so my question is, Dana, when we're done, are we doing a straight across exchange for the amount of rooms in Craig House? And then are we still hoping to reuse those to double our inventory? Or what is the long-term plan? And date-wise, what are we looking for?
Through Mayor Waters, there's no long-term plan at this point. We're going to wait until staff have time to make a formal recommendation to council on the long-term use of both Craighead and the Gartshore Cottage. In terms of what's being done at Craighead, it's a 3-bedroom cottage now, and it'll be maintained as a 3-bedroom cottage. We just happen to be swapping out the top floor with the bottom floor. We're using 4 in the Gartshore farmhouse, and it'll be 3 at the Craighead Cottage. We understand there were points in time where 4 bedrooms were being used in Gartshore, but this is a better alternative than not having any accommodations at this point.
Any other comments or questions for Dan? Okay, I'll read the recommendation that the Council Township of Central Wellington approve the transition of healthcare professional accommodation space from 965 Gartshore Street, Fergus, to 495 Union Street West, Fergus, as outlined in Report CAO 2025-01 dated April 14, 2025. To have a mover for that, Councillor Evoy, a seconder on that. Councillor Adams, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. Thank you, Dan. We'll move down to 12.6, zoning amendment to add users to M2 industrial zone. We have Brett Salmon to speak to that.
Yeah, I'm just going to stay at my desk if you don't mind. I'm sure we heard the public meeting that was held earlier today. The M2 zoning changes are not dependent upon the official plan amendment, so we thought there being no objection, we could bring the bylaw back today. It's pretty straightforward. So in your package, there's the draft zoning amendment, and I've done a table. That's the way the table that's attached, table 11A, is the way it appears in the bylaw. So you can see all the things that are ticked off with the yellow highlight are the uses that we'd be adding. And just to emphasize that we intend to ensure that business and professional office includes a medical clinic. We're changing the definition to expressly state that a medical clinic is included in that definition. So pretty straightforward. I think it accomplishes what council wanted to do when we did the review, and we're hoping that it'll spur some people that have been proposing or considering buildings in the M2 zone to actually put the shovel in the ground, because they'll have more tenant demand. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett. Comments or questions for Brett? Okay, I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Central Wellington give 3 readings to bylaw to amend bylaw 2009-45 in order to add all uses permitted by the M1 zone to the uses permitted by the M2 zone. Do I have a mover for that? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Do you have a mover for that? Councillor Craddock, seconder on that. Councillor Wilton, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. Thank you, Brett. 12.7. Yes, we've dealt with that. Now we go to notice of motions. Nothing. Motions where notice have been given. Nothing. Confirmatory bylaw.
We haven't got there yet.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. My bad. So I'll take you back to 13. I forgot the bylaws. They're kind of important.
Yeah, kind of.
That's when you're supposed to kick me under the table.
Oh, I thought you.
No, I was just.
I was. You're on track.
Yeah. Okay. Bylaws. Apologize for that. We'll just go back to the future. 2025-23, a bylaw to amend the Township of Centre Wellington zoning bylaw 2009-045 as amended to add additional permitted uses to the M2 zone. Bylaw 2025-24, bylaw to amend Township of Centre Wellington zoning bylaw 2009-04 as amended to change the zoning of certain lands from A to A 33.1 and A to A 33.2, 71206 line West Garifraxa. Next, 2025-25, a bylaw to amend the Township of Centre Wellington zoning bylaws 2009-045 as amended to change the zoning of certain lands from A to A 22.5, 8141 Side Road 20 West Garifraxa.
Skip this one.
And recommendations, bylaws 2025-23 through to 2025-25 be read a first, second, and third time and passed, signed by the mayor and clerk, and corporate seal affixed. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Adams, seconder on that. Councillor Jefferson, further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So move. Now we go back to notice of motions. None. Motions where notice have been given. And confirmatory bylaw. So now we got to change this. 26. Okay. A bylaw to confirm the actions of the council recommendation that bylaw 2025-26 to confirm the proceedings of council at its meeting held April 14, 2025 be introduced a first, second, and third time and passed in open council. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Craddock, seconder on that. Councillor Wilton, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So I have, who would like to move adjournment? Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, seconder on that. Councillor Evoy, any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. You snooze, you lose. Okay.